Good morning, and welcome to Feedback Friday, Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob Johnson. Hopefully, this is streaming correctly because there was weird title card when I connected and I updated my streaming suite. So, we'll see in the chat. Let me know if it's working. Yeah, today is going to be art. It's been a little bit live. Hello. Okay, great. It's working. Audio is working and all that. Hi, Charlie. Of course, the moment I start streaming, Charlie climbs onto my lap. Sorry, I'm just getting messaged from a friend. All right. Thank you very much. Very proud of the work that Lauren and I did for the rift. My long-haired brother. Yes, it's getting out there. Getting out there. We'll see how long it takes to get to 8 inches past the ponytail. That is my goal. What will I bring you this time? We're gonna do a mouse today. A Mosu Pichu mouse. Should be a lot of fun. This is actually going to be the first Mosu Pichu I've drawn because our newest artist, Maxine, has been working with us for a little bit now and helping Lauren. They've been crushing out some awesome art. And I've been doing a lot of kind of HUD work for the Rift. That took up a lot of time, and then been doing a lot of game design stuff. So now that the Rift is out, I'm free from the HUD. So excited about that. That was literally the longest HUD I've ever worked on. It was brutal, but I love the result. Just took so much longer than I anticipated. Yeah. Can someone type out? Oh boy, just someone like telegraphing everything I'm saying. I'm sorry you can't hear. That's unfortunate. I hope you get your sound working. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so little caveat about the area. I know that we announced that there's like a gold mystery box. Not a requirement. Not at all. Like, I think I'm just gonna put this out there. Uh, the gold box basically just lets you get more of the loot faster, but obviously it takes, probably years to get to it for most people. So I wouldn't, I expect anyone to get it. It's not like there's anything unique and special that you would need from it. So yeah. Personally, I'm probably gonna bronze it and get as far as I can on my way to silver, and then probably move on to another area. Um, Once I get kind of some of the rewards I want. Trap might be beyond me, to be honest. But the market will exist for those players who like are really good at kind of crushing areas and farming and stuff. Once you get your kind of your silver boxes, you're going to be able to get a lot more kind of rewards, time split stuff. So you'll be able to kind of like put that on the market and help other people get the trap. But it's kind of an interesting system. It kind of creates an interesting, like the area has to be out for a good amount of time before the trap starts to become much more accessible for people, which should be very interesting. So the first while putting time split runes onto the market is going to do extremely well. And I'm sure that will last for a very long time, but eventually it will kind of like start to even the supply and demand as more people can farm it better. So should be interesting. It's kind of a new design, and we hope that it like gives a lot of vitality and stuff. So yeah. Sorry, just responding to my friend again. one more thing. I have an electrician coming in today to fix up an outlet. When we moved into this place, the kitchen had a loose outlet and it recently stopped working. So it's probably loose wires, which is probably not great to leave around in the kitchen. So yeah, cat's just wandering my desk, and I'm just coated in her fur because she is shedding like crazy right now. So it's just floating in the air. But yeah, the outlet is going to get repaired today, so he's supposed to show up around 12, I guess, maybe, but electrician, so who knows. So there'll be a little bit of an interruption there. I imagine I'll stream through it. I don't think it'll take too long to fix it, but hopefully he doesn't just like have to like shut off all the power and the stream goes down. So we'll see. Um, Charlie, it's so weird. She just sleeps all day, but if I'm streaming, she's like, I want to wander around. All right, so, oh no, we're going today. We're playing, doing some art. All right. Sorry, I'm just taking a look through the chat, seeing if I missed stuff. By the way, how are you guys liking the Rift? There's a lot of work put into it, and I think turned out pretty interesting. I admittedly have not gotten the Minorca yet, so I kind of like I got really close to getting it, and then I like ran off and got distracted with other things in the game, and I never finished getting it. So that's my quest right now. I'm very close to finishing it off, but yeah, I was running around in there without the Minorca, and I'm like, I think I'm gonna go and get it. Oops. Oh, really? Really? Oh, that's fantastic. I'm glad you're liking the art so much. Yeah. No, new areas do that to me where you just kind of like gotta watch every new catch, and then especially if you're like getting like close to a mini goal, like when you're in the guard room, I find one of the more tense ones. Uh, and then of course like the frozen alcove is just nuts. I was talking with Dave about doing some tweaks that might be a possibility, because right now it essentially requires the maximum hunting potency to get through it. So we're looking at maybe altering the mechanics for that room just a little bit, and I won't tell you any details because that might change, but that's something we might look into soon. Um, so we don't want it to be like if you're using the absolute best method, you are potentially going to fail 50% of the time. We want that to be a better rate. Whereas if you're more so using kind of like a chill setup, then you're more likely to fail, but you could still maybe make it through. But if you're using your ultimate best gear, you got it. Don't worry. So we'll figure that out. Are there hidden chambers in the rift? It's possible you guys haven't seen all there is to come. It is possible. Need a journal theme for the rift. That could be nice. Yeah, I know the Mershark mouse art. I love it too. That one's a good one. Alex, the one who drew the Mershark, is like, I don't like it. Like, I love the dynamics and flow of it though. It's got great movement to it. All right. Also possible the chambers aren't online yet. Um, cogs should be smashable. Okay. Maybe I'll chat to Dave, see what he thinks about that. What is the next big plan? I believe the next big plan, there's multiple things we're working on all at the same time, and I'm not going to tell you about all of them, but one of the big things we're working on right now is Mazu Picchu. It's not going to be as big kind of like gameplay area. We're looking at something a little more kind of like traditional mouse hunt, where it's like you can just like passively hunt and like farm stuff, and kind of like when you're built up enough, kind of like go to the next stage, and kind of like a lot of just kind of like set it and forget it almost. So it should be pretty interesting, kind of more a classic style. It's going to have a lot of really great art. Been keeping an eye on what Lauren and Maxine have been making. Fantastic stuff. And you'll get to see more of it today because we're going to draw one piece. Hopefully we'll get it done today. It's entirely possible it'll be beyond today's scope because we're going to do a pretty cool one, I think. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, Lauren drew the Absolute Acolyte. He's very, very cool looking. Who's caught the Absolute Acolyte in here, by the way? I'm kind of curious to see who in the audience got it. Am I your senpai, Clarence? Hmm. That's pretty good. Wow, someone got their second. Not bad at all. Nice. Yeah, how are you guys liking kind of like the Acolyte chamber mechanic? We actually, it was pretty intense. It was actually only a couple of days before we like released the area that we managed to finally hammer out how we needed that to work, and get that put together. So it was pretty stressful, and we weren't sure if it was going to work, but I kind of feel like we managed to pull that one out. It's pretty good. Got a little heart flutter. That's nice. Nothing wrong with a little heart flutter. Uh, mhm. Entering at 50 sand plus guard buff. That definitely is important if you're going in with 50. And yeah, if you don't have the stalker on you as well, I can see that working. Get your get your quartz going with the obelisk. There we go. I was gonna say obsidian, um, and maybe some vacuum charms or just some powerful charms, depending on how you like to roll. You can probably just squeak it. So I don't know. I've definitely seen it go with like 30 to 40 sand, especially with the quartz going for most of it because you can still drop sand while you're in there. So you can kind of like extend your stay with the sand that you start with. So if you find that you're like you kind of like charge up the obelisk, but you're like getting a little lower on sand than you want to be, like if you keep your quartz going, you might just be able to kind of squeak through enough, get a little bit extra sand, and then not have to kind of like retreat and like go and find 5 time warp chambers just to find an acolyte again. Um, we're also maybe looking at lowering the amount of sand required to find the acolyte room. So that's a potential. No guarantees on that either. That's something we're discussing, but I think the changes should make it a little more doable. Like, because obviously we want you to do a lot of runs, um, and like there's a lot of repeatability to the area. So we're looking at making it a little bit easier to kind of like get to that stage. If you can manage to do runs with like 40 sand, we want you to be able to find it at 40 sand, or at least make it more reasonable to do that. And like that's a tough one, but uh, I personally wouldn't risk it. I'd maybe go with maybe like 60. Um, yeah. Oh, but yeah, like example right there, went in with 60 in quartz, ran out in the end. It's a little RNG there. But yeah, if you have all all the buffs and remove all the curses or the debuffs, whatever we call them right now. Hopefully luck will be on your side. Yeah, but yeah, basically we want it to be a case where like if you have kind of like enough sand to theoretically make it, that's around when it might start to show up. So it could show up, and you might be more like, oh, I don't know if I'm ready yet, and which kind of creates more of an interesting choice, where that kind of would happen more often, as opposed to, oh, I've been ready forever, sitting on all this sand. I have too much sand. Like, show me a portal. So that's the idea behind that. Feel free to give us your thoughts, though. Maybe it's good as is. Yeah. At least in testing, I was able to do a couple of like 40 to 50 runs. But maybe I just got really lucky. Minimum to find the chamber right now. It's like, it's got kind of like a curve. So initially, like if you have like 20 sand, probably like you basically don't find it. You could use like you could re-roll your portals like 100 times and it still wouldn't show up potentially. So you know, like that's like, basically it's like you can't do with this much sand, it shouldn't show up. But it's kind of interesting if it does randomly, like just, you know, like really really rarely just be like, oh, I'm not ready, like kind of interesting. But I think maybe around, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but like when you have like 40, that's when you might start to see it, but it's still very rare. And then yeah, like I think around 70 is when it starts to become relatively common, like pretty common. But yeah, like it amps up, and then if you're at like 90 or 100 sand, it basically shows up every time or every other time. Um, so yeah, it kind of lets you know to go in if you're, well, I don't know. It was a game design choice, and hopefully it works for most of you. But yeah, I think it might be more interesting to give the option to go in a little early and risk it. But maybe that'll be bad. Who knows? But kind of allows you to kind of like speed through the area faster if it shows up easier. All right, sorry, I'm getting message from like a bunch of different people. Uh, all right. When will we add other chambers? Cannot confirm if we are going to add extra chambers. We have some designs. We don't have them worked out. And when that would be, could not tell you. Sentinel slime. Oh, sentient. I'm like sentinel slime. Sentient slime is pretty annoying. Yeah, he's kind of designed to be that way. Pretty common in some areas. I believe using your runic helps clear them out, depending on where you are. So, yeah. Oh man, stuck in the warpath. You'll get there eventually, kid. You will. Sorry that we're like focused on all this kind of more high-end content. Um, yeah, you get there. And honestly, Giorgio and I have been chatting about some stuff we want to kind of pitch to the team, to add into the game for some other areas. We got something that we're thinking of for the Sunken City, something we're thinking of for the Warpath, and what was the third area? I'll leave that a mystery. No guarantee on what we're doing. but it is possible we might bring something to those areas that should be kind of cool. So maybe in time, we'll see. Yeah, no, don't worry. You'll get to all the good stuff, and eventually you'll be up there with everybody else because the ranking gets slower the higher you are. Photoshop, why are you being weird? My Cintiq is coated in Charlie hair right now. Ugh. All right, so we are going to pull up our Photoshop. Hey, get away from my toast. I didn't finish all my toast. I have frog jam on my toast. I don't know if you've ever heard of frog jam. It was the first time I heard of it. I'm pretty sure that the ingredients list in it was designed entirely just so they could call it frog jam, because it is fig, raisin, orange, and grape, I think is the combo. Maybe I'm wrong. Which you got like grape and raisin. It's interesting. But yeah, so I'm pretty sure they chose all those ingredients just so they could say that, we've made frog jam. It's pretty good though. Yeah. Ran out of time because I had to update my software. And for some reason, Photoshop is not behaving. There we go. Okay. So we are going to switch over camera 1, and this is our mouse template file, where all of our mice are born. Just going to open all my extra windows on my other screen. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with my process, I have my main Cintiq window here where I do the drawing, and then on my monitor I have 2 extra windows open, scaled down so they're more like the size that you see it in game. One's in color, one's in black and white, just so I can test my values and not have to zoom in and out on this main screen constantly to kind of review the changes that I made. Also have my chat up here so I can keep that there and visible at all times. Not that I'm very good at following it. All right, so let's see. Just catching up on the chat. Oh, fig, raspberry, orange, ginger. Okay, so that makes more sense. I could have sworn there was raisins in mine. Maybe it's like bits of fig though, because they're kind of similar. They're kind of very similar. And it is mostly fig flavor, I think. All right, frog jam it is. Good stuff. Yeah, it's a homemade frog jam too. My mom got it for us. This is the best mug, by the way. Some lovely buttons on this mug. There you go. A little peek into the Alex and Jacob household. All right. It's my jam. Are you, Lucia? Frog boy. All right. So we are going to have butt coffee. It's actually a mocha that I made. It's very good. It's the only way I drink coffee, actually. And I generally need it for the streams because kind of zone out and my brain just kind of wants to shut down as I'm like in a painting coma. All right, well, let's see. So we are going to be creating a mouse for MouseHunt now. And the mice here are draconic. At least the ones that I'm working on for the portion of the gameplay. So I don't know how much you guys know about the area. I know Dave can talk about some things, but these are going to be kind of like storm dragons, so like thunder, lightning, and rain, and debris, and wind. No, you totally didn't hear draconic. So yeah, we're gonna have some dragons return, and it's gonna be awesome. So yeah, this is gonna be a cool drawing. I have no idea where it's gonna go, but who doesn't love drawing dragons, right? So make it blue. Yeah, I agree. Actually, we're going with a cooler palette because we want it to feel like the sky is darkened from thick, dark rain clouds. Basically, probably lighting it with lightning itself. So, yeah. Hmm. A nimbus dragon, made of clouds or has them as wings. That's kind of cool. Gargantua mouse is predator of the dragon mouse. Why is that Gargantua easier to catch? Because it's kitted out to take down dragons, where it's not smart enough to best hunter traps. There you go. And you also need to, like do crazy warpath tricks to get them. So there you go as well. And it's collared. There we go. Yeah, all of the above. Who knows? MouseHunt is a silly game. That is wonderful. All right, so let's do some scribbling. We're probably going to do kind of more of a humanoid dragon, I think. Let's see, or maybe not. I don't know. Let's Google some dragons to get some inspiration. Storm dragon. Give me some good stuff. Thanks, Google. There's a lot of cute dragons. A lot of lightning boys. A lot of purples. A lot of blues. Which is the palette I'm going to go for. Cloud Serpent. That sounds cool. A bit lightning dragon. Ooh. Some pretty dragons. Yeah, lightning dragon has even cooler stuff. Are you searching along with me? It's a cool mouse that has like underlighting lightning coursing through it with a dragon face. That's all right. What else? Rain dragon. Less so. Let's stick with the lightning dragon. Some good stuff in there. All right, so let's see. What if we had like a floating rock? All right. We'll have kind of like a lot of debris sticking to it because there's like vines and stuff. I don't know if you've ever like pulled a rock or like something that's been embedded in the earth for a long time. It tends to have like lots of kind of vines just kind of attached to it and holding things together like little pebbles. and then like a million bugs, but we don't need to draw the bugs on it. But essentially kind of making it look like this thing was just uprooted. And then this bottom half would be like really dark, although I don't want to paint in the shadows on this layer because it just interferes with my rendering process. But then on top we could have kind of more of a dragon kind of perched on it. Do like an elongated face. Some pretty thick and beefy horns. So why not? Ears, kind of. Go to my soft eraser. Get like giant shoulder blades. So this is much more like actual dragon than like mouse or humanoid, I guess we're going with. Just fine. We can have a mix. Currently, the ones that have been created are much more humanoid. We'll see. Get some kind of like bony scales or something going on. I think I'll get like the spine kind of more prominent. Bring the camera down a little bit. Show off my Rick and Morty shirt. Alright. How to get the body going. So I kind of want it to like maybe like wrap around the rock. Hmm. Gonna Fusro in this area, huh? It ate the storm. Nom, nom, nom. Have I watched Gravity Falls? I have, but I'm not fully caught up. I haven't watched it for like over a year now, I think. So many shows. So many shows. Search Nameless Dragon King? What a cool name. But it's nameless. So. Nameless Dragon King. Wow. That's cool. Ooh. What are you from? Some like Final Fantasy coolness going here. I like it. Huh. That's kind of inspiring. Dark Souls. There you go. Yep. That's definitely Dark Souls. Nice. Would I be a horrible person if I just drew that character? Because cool. Like if I made him dragonish. That's way cooler than what I'm drawing. Man. Oh, man. That like massive plumage is amazing. Don't know what I want to do with that arm yet. But this one, I want to be holding an absolutely massive sword. Just say that this sword is a dragon tooth. It's a weird shape and very stumpy, unlike the design for this Nameless King. Floating rock. I could like flip the sword around, perhaps. That might work. Or like the handle is here and the sword. Oh, I think the electrician is here. Yeah, there's an outlet in the kitchen that just stopped working. Just steal it? Yep. Yeah, just possibly loose wire or something. Okay, come in? Yeah, come on in. Where's the kitchen? That way, to the right. Go ahead.
Is this the thing that was barking, this thing?
Oh, that would be quite the feat. Yeah, it's just the northeast outlet.
Is the next one working?
Yeah, that one right across from me. It's just always being loose when we do it.
Now?
Behind the there. Just let me know if you need anything.
That's weird, but what? Yeah, I remember Jack getting anything. That good work, though. Everything's fine. I just got to replace the cover as well.
Okay.
So I'll be back in a couple minutes. I got to go to my truck.
Okay. Sounds good. Wash. Yeah, hey, buddy. Did you scare them off? Hey. Rude. Sorry about the silence, guys. All right. They'll be back though. We have to just grab something from their truck. I know, Wash didn't get to eat the intruder. It's very sad. Poor guy. Wash wouldn't know what to do other than just like bark at them though. Alright, so it's been a long time since I've painted dragons. Definitely looks more fiery than Stormy with the shape of that. Agreed. We're just scribbling right now. We'll figure it out. Give him like a sweet beard. How big will the wings be, indeed? His horns are ridiculous. I feel like I could end up taking up the entire stream with just trying to figure out a sketch. Yeah? Okay. That's never gonna not happen. Come on, bud. Let's go. Come on. I know. Where did he go? Where did Alex go? Sorry about that, guys. Just saying later to Alex because he was heading out for a bit. Alright. I think I might just kind of pop his head forward, make the pose a little more dynamic. He's like a grumpy old dragon man with a massive sword, a massive lightning dragon tooth sword or something. I don't know yet. This is how we do. We explore as we draw. Yeah, I think it'd be cool if this looked like a dragon's tooth. Not that this is what a tooth would actually look like, but one could imagine that a dragon's tooth might have some weirder properties. This is a very old one at that. Actually, I don't like the sitting pose. That's maybe... Okay, so let's give him a little more... Let's see. Maybe he's got like a really wide stance. He's standing on floating rocks. I don't know, I don't need to do floating rock or anything. That's kind of new to this area anyways. But for some reason I want to do that. It's like... So maybe he's got like long robes on, but they're... Because the wind is like crazy up here. So it's a storm. Like blowing around like crazy. And his toes can be just like... Be right back. Wash. Come here, bud. Come here. Come here. Let's go. Good boy. Stop that. Okay, Wash. All right.
What are you doing now?
Doing live stream for it, actually.
Just trying to figure out what
It's...
the cat was doing.
Oh, okay, yeah. Just like hiding behind the monitor. Yeah. That's early sketch right now. Or Wash has the barks.
The barks.
Oh, it's just like when people come
Oh.
by and he like can't stop barking.
Yep, just like mine.
Yeah. Oh. Oh. He gets
Yeah,
come
we
out to
got-
say hi.
Yeah. And there he goes.
Yep.
have to like two guys changing the plug.
Should be it.
Great, thanks very much.
Okay.
All right, you too.
You did it, watch. Scared them all.
Guys, Wash is a hero. He scared them all off. All right. Sorry about all that radio silence, guys. Just didn't want to be like talking to myself while there was strangers in here because I'm self-conscious like that. Yeah, bud. Hi. Hi, buddy. Hi. Say hi. Say hi to everybody. Where's the camera? I can't see it. I know, he was very stressed out because there were strangers and he didn't get to bark at their faces. But I know, you're just keeping me safe. You're a very good boy. Okay, so let's actually get back to the drawing now. Old pupper. Safety pupper. Yeah, we've like had so many people stop delivering packages to our door because Wash has like a very big bark and people get spooked and then don't want to knock on our door. So they just kind of actually like leave packages sitting in the lobby because that's cool. It's like they buzz in and we're like, yeah, we're home, come on up, and they're just like, yeah, come get it, and we like come down to meet them. They're just sitting in the recycling bin. Very nice. Yeah. Okay. So you can tell I'm probably not that impressed by that behavior. Let's see. I'm liking the cross leg pose. It's pretty good. Yeah, I like it better than the standing one. It's fun. Get this other toe here, maybe. We got like a lot of fabrics kind of blowing in the wind, I think. Like a heavy cloak might change his horns up a bit. I think I want to try putting the hand, like raise the hand up so he's like summoning lightning. Just coursing across the rock or something like that. Get his shoulder right up there. His arm be in front of the horns. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I think you guys are going to be pretty impressed by the latest MouseHunt artist. Maxine is an intern, but very impressive work thus far. So you guys will be quite happy. No, we don't have a tendency to haze people so much. Yeah, actually, the latest one that I've seen by her is one of the dragons, and I'm gonna hope to try and make mine as cool as it. So we shall see. I think we need to have his head curved even more now with this arm being so high up. Rotate it out. Should have his mouth just like screaming, just like he's yelling as he summons lightning. Like such a goof. It's a very, very long arm as well. I'm going to tweak that. Now his ear is all elongated. Let's make that more straight up. I don't like that the fingertips are coming right to the edge of the sword, so let's tweak that. Get a little bit more overlap happening. It's like just chipped part of it away. That zigzag kind of creates more of a lightning language, which is always good for drawing a lightning character. Yeah, mice always have 4 fingers. Actually, okay, not always. I think there have been a few that have 5. But most of the time I've drawn them with 4. Yeah, maybe he's Fusro from up there. Drawing arms from this angle is never easy. Do you remember how the muscle groups work in the armpit? So it's like this one connects down here, and then I think there's a muscle that goes here, up in there, and then the shoulder, back of the shoulder connects there, so you get like a bump here and there, something like that. I need to do more anatomy studies. Never do enough anatomy studies, you guys. So yeah, like lightning kind of coming down and then like going around him and then coming out of the rock or something like that. Might be cool. It's like traveling across the pebbles. It's one idea at least. I'm kind of having fun with this guy though. Yeah, it's an extremely cliche hand position, especially for this area. You'll see everybody's summoning lightning. It's pretty funny. Wash. No more barking. So maybe we'll change the hand. What would we do with the hand? I mean, maybe this hand is good. Kind of like, so here he's like shouting and summoning it. Here he's like, no. Both good, in my opinion. So it's up to you guys. What direction should this guy go in? If either of those can keep changing it. So we got kind of more just like, don't even try it, kid. Or Nightfire. Yeah, it's very Nightfire. I agree. Let's give it a flip. See if that gives me a fresh perspective. This one, he's like not interacting with us. This one, he's a little more maybe. I don't know. It looks surprisingly different from this angle. Nope, you don't catch me. Just the nope hand is pretty good. It is just like that expression. Just like, don't even try it, kid. This is a new mouse. Okay, I think maybe I am digging the sitting one with the arm being a little different. I was just like, don't even try it. I need to change this back arm too. Could still shoot lightning out of the nope position. Good old classic line. Or maybe like the rock is just emanating lightning below it and he's just riding around in style. What do we have here? Standing? Nah. Okay, so I'm going to steal this arm. And we'll erase this one. Sorry about your arm, bud. And paste in place. Good. Because I wanna keep this cape in sword detail. Do we want to have the like? Sorry. Merge that down. Okay. Do we want to have the open mouth or the closed mouth? I kind of like the closed mouth. Yeah, it doesn't quite read dragony yet. I mean, he's got horns and his hands and toes are gonna be more claw-like, but we could give him wings. Closed? Yeah, okay, cool, closed. So let's just grab this one then. And erase away the mouth here. Paste in, oh, I didn't copy the mouth. Copy. Paste in place. Did that move positions? That's not the button I wanted to do. Oh yeah, it is in a different spot. Okay. Well, let's just scooch that down then. I guess the arm is a little off, but that's actually a pretty good spot for it, to be honest. This ear needs to be brought forward then. Horn. Yeah, I think I want to just change the horns anyways. Lightning handle weird. Maybe a little too far. I like the idea of a crack running along the entire tooth. You can even have it chipped out here so it becomes more obvious what's happening with the surface. It's just because he doesn't have wings, he's not a dragon, huh? I guess we'll give him wings. And he's got horns. But all dragons must have wings in your world. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm not mad. Okay. Let's drop his mouth in here. Just before we duplicated it, let's drop it and then duplicate it. There we go. Okay, so goodbye cape. So kind of wings. Feathery wings suit more than a cloak. Like I always imagine dragon wings are very leathery, like a bat wing, right? If I go feathery, it might feel too angel-like, maybe? I don't know. Leathery cape resembling the wings of the dragon. Yeah, like that works. Also, it helps with the wind blowing in crazy intensity. Wings could extend below the rock. So he's just like ultra awesome and crazy. All right, let's try that. Would they remain up here and then go down that far? Let's try that first. It might be kind of interesting if they're like really heavy and just like drooping. So he's just like, oh man, that's an old mouse. So old he can't even keep his wings up. Which kind of makes him less intimidating sounding because he feel like his wings are too heavy for him, but no, they're just absolutely massive. That's kind of cool. If he's got spikes on his tail, they'd be going with the tail, I'd imagine, like spines. So then make that flow better. What? One tattered wing, another one gone. Keep covering it up. That's kind of cool. A skeletal wing. Just so old, but like his wing is just deteriorated. I think it might be hard to show that he only has one wing because the sword covers so much that I can just barely hint at the other one. But I like that idea. Like almost like he's like an injured dragon, so he like covers half of his body with the cloak, and then like the other wing exists. I don't know, that's cool. Really want whelpling chariot mice. A swarm of them. Terrifying, but adorable. I think I need to bring this arm back just a bit. So I don't have a good sense of wind in this image yet, and I really wanted that. Um, hmm. These horns look more like a crown. Yeah. I think we can tweak the horns. We can maybe do the one wing thing. I think we need more fabric kind of blowing on him or something. Like if this wing was pulled out more. Let's just kind of lighten that so I can see where it was to begin with. So this one's like more so extended, but we could imagine that it was like destroyed or something. It's not fully there. There could be even like holes in it. But then there's like fabric wrapped around it. It's kind of weird that it'd be like extended with the fabric. Maybe it's just at the top. Is it disturbing and bad to have kind of like a busted wing like this? It's like if this had like fabric wrapped around and blowing in the wind. Lightning handle's too gimmicky. I do agree. Kind of like to just going to a sharp point. Maybe it should be straight. Instead of a little bit of a curve to it. Oh yeah, the beard could be blowing in the wind. Good point. What a dummy. Didn't even think of that. Can have like moss and vines kind of blowing on the rock here, and maybe all the debris is concentrated on this side. Like this wing is blowing back behind, so you don't even see it behind the rock. Okay, let's look at the horns perhaps. So we'll give this a copy, just so we have something to fall back on if we change our minds. What kind of dragon horns? Let's look at dragon. Multiple point horns. That'd be neat. Okay. Kind of like the idea of them interacting with the ears a little bit. It should go back more. Just trying random stuff right now. This is very different from horns that I know of, but might be kind of cool. It's like if this front one is a medium-sized horn and the back one is like the big thick horn, and then the one in between is the thin, that might be a nice kind of composition. There's just kind of like a scale pattern going back on the horn. Like that. And like really sharp tips. Not even like just kind of like crazy fur back there. Kind of like these kind of turning into a scowl. That looks like a sad eye there. Need more scowl. Less sad, more scowl. There's just like individual kind of like scales, something, bone plates building up there. Maybe make these thinner. I'm kind of digging this. It's kind of a very different style of horn, but it's almost like a crown, which is cool. It's like a thick crest of horns. Maybe don't need to go that thin on this one. I want there to be a little bit more contrast between the thinnest one and the medium one here on the outside. No elements of lightning in this yet. I suppose that's a fair statement. Well, we're gonna have like lightning kind of coursing through the rock, I think, and then maybe coming out of that hand. The wind and rain should work. He had a bite taken right out of his wing by like the dragon that he slew. It stole his tooth. Don't worry, there's actually potentially some good lore there that makes sense with what we're doing in the future, so this could be pretty good. So we'll kind of shape this rock to have a little bit more of a lightning path. It kind of having a zigzag shape to it almost. I think it's too thin there. Doesn't look very realistic if I go too thin. Yeah, I think that'll work. Again, I don't want to fill in shadows in the sketch layer because that just messes with my rendering. I think we're pretty close to being done the sketch though. Nice, super old looking shredded cloth. Trail of rocks, yeah. Kind of want this rock to look like it was just ripped out of the earth, so that's why it's all viney and such. Also, it'll help the wind. Wrap up the foot or something. Get the other toe here. agree. Let's make them more talon-like. It's got this dew claw back there. Clawed fingers. Okay, so he's got claws and claws. The ears a tad bit pointier. Not a bad idea. Actually, let's do scales on the ears. If we did, switched colors by accident. So if we did like ears more like that, maybe. Bring in the bottoms, perhaps. I don't like the artifact that creates with the knuckle of the wing there. Too close. This guy's got a fair amount of detail worked out. It's both good and bad for painting. See how that goes. I'm going to quickly grab some water. BRB. No scales on the legs. I could put it on the knees maybe. Yeah, maybe just keeping the scales to the ears and the top of the head. Because if we did scales on the legs, I would only have it go to pretty much the knees, where like there's more concentrated fur, I guess is where I'd put the scales. Yeah. Let's try giving it a flip. This beard maybe kind of pops out a bit too much at the front. It always concerns me when I flip it and it looks so much different. It's like a dangerous sign that it's not well balanced and something might be off. So just gonna look at this for a little bit longer, see if I can spot anything that's particularly jarring. Let's see, that's dipped down, the shoulders pulled up. His hips don't necessarily indicate that very well. Beard doesn't come as far forward, maybe. Maybe just needs to come back here. It could be like kind of dark matted grays. Let's widen this nose. No, it doesn't need to face this way. It could face the other way if that was the question. Sits on a tornado, not a rock. I mean, hopefully with the right rendering, not all the important details will be too subtle. You know, subtle details are nice, but I don't want it to be hard to spot what's happening with this character. I think we're not in a bad position though. I'm gonna make the like skin on the wings very thin, so it looks really old. It's an interesting assessment on that, Joshua. I like that. Just the idea that like tornado would be cool for a mouse, but like maybe it's more interesting if this guy's like lifting a boulder through his power alone. Kind of shows more just how powerful he actually is. He's just riding a boulder around for fun. Yeah, no one said the whole area is draconic. Riding around on a boulder telling humans nope. 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 I think I'll thicken this crest just a tad. Watch, just had residual barks. Alright, I'm pretty happy with him. A scorched rock. Yeah, maybe just burnt from the lightning coursing through it. Maybe I'll have the wings kind of like more translucent the further down it is, where it's more like stretched out, whereas here it's kind of crumpled up, maybe even like wrinkly, just to show how old. Alright, I think we can start to render this guy out now. So I'm going to give this a save for the first time. What should I call him? I was actually discussing an idea like that with Giorgio about having like a mouse only caught by ultimate terms. Call him Jim Bob. Jim Bob. It's very, yeah, it strikes fear into the hearts of all hunters with names like that. I'm gonna call him Odin. There. The Odin mouse. Not actual name, just placeholder. Old Zeus. Not Jim. Anything but Jim. Alright. Let's take a quick look at our old sketches before we delete them. Kind of interesting to see the evolution. But yes, you are all cut. I don't know, Slaughtered 9090. How much gold you got? What if I gave you intel for all of your gold, but then that means you have to like make up enough gold before she comes. You willing to take on that challenge? Yeah, that'd take a little bit to save up. No worries though. Just get a whole bunch of ancient cheese and sell it. I'll get you back up there. Nice, Dennis. Nice. All right, so let's drop in. We'll go with like a cooler kind of purple, blue, just to block in everything. Just do it all. No, maybe I shouldn't. Let's do the rings. Merge all the layers later when we're in a good spot with them. But we might as well have them separated for now, because that does in fact make it easier. It's a pretty tough looking wing. Make the dragon tooth an off-white color, maybe a hint of red or gray, even black. Yeah, I think we'll get like almost like a tartar encrusted tooth, perhaps. Could be neat. Actually, I'm gonna do the background like a gray, just so that I have kind of a darker palette to start with. It's not going to keep the background color, but this will kind of cause me to paint a little bit darker and just might hit that atmosphere better. Darker purple. So yeah, we want it to feel dark and stormy out, you know. So we'll go with the browns now. This will be for the rock that he's sitting on. And it'll probably go more to the grays, but I want a bit of brown in it. Get jagged edges for everything too, because it's like freshly snapped out of the earth, so none of it would be weathered. It'd all be jagged and shards. That means overpainting, so we can erase away the sharp edges. Okay, so it's definitely more jagged pieces of stone, just kind of exploded off. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any grass on the rock. Maybe a bit of moss in the underside or something. We'll see. All right, I'm going to open the window because it is stuffy in here. Also, my leg has fallen asleep. Blech. Grumpdolf. All right. So let's get the mouse. So let's do the sword real quick. It'll be above the wings. But under the rock, I guess. Doesn't matter too much in that part. So go with kind of an off white, but very like low saturation, because we're gonna try and keep the palette in the kind of blue range. So even though this would be like an orangey yellow, to keep the palette there, we'll just slide it more to the grays. It'll still feel very yellow. To erase away these chips to get that sharp, jagged, broken feel. We'll also erase away the wing tip there. And overpaint. And overpaint. Just trying to get a smooth curve there. Alright. So erase away this sharp edge. Bam. And the sharp edge. Let's see how it looks with the sketch turned off. Okay, that's relatively smooth. I think thicken it up there a bit. Good. And it's pretty good. Mouse is covering up the bottom half of that, so it doesn't matter what happens there. Cool. All right, so erase the wing bit. And just paint a tiny bit back in to get that extra sharp. Cool. And then also I want to erase a bit of this to sharpen it. Lovely. All right. Doing pretty good, guys. So this layer now is going to be the mouse itself. So we'll go with similar color. Let's go a little bit lighter, a little bit bluer. Wrong layer. This one. That'll probably work. The whining old one. What's going on with it there? So go back here and up there. Yeah. Yeah, maybe that hand should have been on a different layer. Oh well. Oh well. Alright, so beard. Let's make it scruff there. Right. Get the fur back here. All clumped and matted maybe. Cool. Alright. Maybe I'll get the arm behind the sword on a different layer. Just make that easier to deal with. Instead of trying to paint around the sword, and all that detail would be much easier to do on a layer behind. Alright, so get this kind of fabric here going. Some alright wind blowing there. The knees. Sorry if it's getting darker and harder to read. Sharpen those to a point. Cool. Alright. Get that knee all the way up. Alright, and then I think we'll do the layer behind the sword now. We'll use just a little bit darker or something. Pow. And then back up to the hand. And I think with that, I'm going to go on my lunch break. So I'm just going to finish blocking and everything on this character so we have a good jumping off point. Alright, let's turn off the sketch. Silhouette. It's kind of tough. Yeah. I don't know how well that's doing. It's not exactly easy to read, which I prefer to have in an image. Get this piece of fabric going. I mean, I think ultimately it'll look great if we go exactly as is, stay the course. But the silhouette isn't as strong as it should be, probably. So I'll see what I can do about that. It's not the worst, not the absolute worst, but like you can maybe tell that there's like wings going on here, not so well. Definitely some like rocky edges. This kind of reads as a sword, and then that's definitely fabric and maybe a claw. Yeah. I don't even think the wing reads that great. Also, I want to get the tail. Yeah, we can use some red in it, but it's going to be very low saturated red because the entire palette is going to be in the blues, grays. Can restrict the palette for this one. A lot of purples and stuff, but nothing very red. Okay. So, give that a save. That's everything blocked in, I believe. I'm gonna go on my lunch break, so I'll be back in 1 hour, and we will continue this awesomeness. Is that not saving properly? Alright. Give that a save. I think we're good. Alright. So, I'm gonna set it to lunch, and I'll see you guys in an hour. We will continue this and make it amazing. So until then. There we go. Herp derp. Apparently I turned the camera on 8 minutes ago. Totally didn't notice. So here we go. I need to I need to remember not to use the num lock buttons, the num keys, because that's what changes my cameras. And oops. I was late and I was sitting in front of the computer for like 10 minutes. I need to like leave my like video up so that I can notice when I do that, because I always do that. Oh well, whatever. You just saw me just like reading things on the internet. Did you at least miss me eating stuff? I'm always thirsty. I drink way too much. Way too much fizzy water and mocha. Ah, sweet. Welcome and hang out, Slaughtered 9090. Glad you can join us for the day. So just reading some stuff. Sorry, just responding to Giorgio. Talking about MouseHunt. Alright, so let's pop this back on and let's do some rendering. So we're going to add some atmosphere to this, probably closer to the end though. Let's try and figure out kind of the values a little bit more. So we'll go into the grayscale. Let's lock our layers now, so we don't need to worry about scribbling everywhere and just, you know, drawing outside the lines. So let's start with, let's see, the wings. Sure. Already on that layer. I'm going to grab my luminosity brush, grab the color that's already there, and let's go lighter actually. I wonder if I should have this turned off. I think I should. There we go. And we can go darker. Let's get nice and dark back behind the shoulder. And right now all this is doing is adding some like more black, I guess, pushing stuff towards black. So we'll still want to go in and tweak colors for shadows, because obviously for shadows you don't want to just add black or white. It's not a good way to paint in realistic shadows and highlights. So, but it's good for just kind of setting it up. You can come in later with like a colored brush and start to push and pull things. It's not normally how well, I don't know. I'm starting to do it more often, I think, but it's not necessarily the best method, but works. Okay, so I don't think I want to go that light. beard. I think I'll keep it something more like that. No, I think I'll go darker with everything else. I think I'll focus on more of the occlusion areas first, which is essentially where the light can't get to because things are overlapping, more concentrated darks. That way we can kind of like set up how dark we want to go. Let's have the toe kind of overlap a little bit there. Can kind of establish the separation of objects from each other. Go a bit darker for this clothing that he's wearing. Maybe it's like kind of a leathery tunic. Go nice and dark here, I think. So the kind of like wet fabric. So it's raining and such, so I'll have that kind of nice and dark maybe. I think we'll go even darker for the wings back there now that I've gotten the clothing dark. Let's go real dark. Really kind of punch those out. Need to make enough contrast that they stand out from each other. Alright, so I kind of like the idea of like almost like a sleeveless thing, or maybe this is just a vest. I don't know why. $4:35 a.m. Probably a good idea to pass out. Did I do that, Ivy? I totally didn't even notice. That's so funny. I sometimes just like randomly do math, and I always use the numpad for that. So like I always forget that I'm doing that, and I guess I ended on a 4, which is the key that I use for going back to lunch. So it would have taken like seconds that I'd appear, but I'd go right back to it. Yeah, they're like horn/eyebrows. Um, I mean, they could just be eyebrows, just massive, like 1 foot long, bushy eyebrows. Could be fun. Maybe we'll go that way. We'll see. We'll see when we get there, I think. Keep this darker. Yeah. All right, fine. Once we have reflections coming off of the bony parts of the wing, I think I'll make those darker. All right. Cool, cool. All right, so let's go back to the body. Get some more wrinkles, I think, in his clothing. Get the beard, kind of casting a little bit of a shadow. So what I'm imagining right now is there's this kind of overcast atmospheric light that's very wide, so all the shadows are very soft. And then we'll come in with like lightning to light up the scene. They will forever be eyebrows to me. Awesome. I approve. So we can go Be dark in there. Let's say. Yeah, let's just kind of add some volume and shape to the beard, maybe bands of color. Obviously the color is not part of it yet, but just kind of like, you know how there's streaks of gray in beards sometimes. This is mostly gray, but with kind of darker streaks in it, we'll say. Maybe that just looks like drool lines or something. We'll just make it a little more even, I think. Don't want him to look all incompetent and drooly. So we'll just kind of lighten up the whiskers that would be kind of facing the sky a little bit more, let's say. Get a little bit of light on that. Knock it back just a bit, I think. I think we're going to want his eyes to glow too, which could be awesome if there's just like rain just kind of like running down his face. You can have kind of like the edge of this just lit up because the water catching on the bottom of it would be kind of going. We'll get to that when we need to. Nice and dark there. Get some folds happening. I think the bottom of that arm is a weird angle. Sure, let's go with something like that. Why not? Only 37 people watching now. What a bunch of wimps. Yeah, no, most people leave at lunch. A lot of people are watching at like 3 in the morning or whatever. So they go and do their own thing and then forget to return, or, you know, are busy sleeping or something. Yeah, 34 is not bad. I don't think that's a terrible amount. I honestly usually don't even know how many people are watching, so that just kind of makes me a little bit anxious knowing there's people watching. Obviously there is, but yeah, I don't tend to check that number. Okay, so we'll get these feeling more like horns. Probably best I worded it that way. Let's get some good occlusion going on between them. Maybe it doesn't need to go that dark, we'll see. close to 100 before lunch, eh? Wow, that's pretty good. Not bad. It sounds like it's raining out. Oh, are you afraid? Oh, it's okay, bud. There's been like thunderstorms of recent, and Wash is absolutely mortified of them. So he is now looking for comfort because he hears rain, and that could mean thunder. Poor boy. Yeah, he's been absolutely terrified of loud noises ever since we were at the park years ago. Like a nice big dog park. I know, I know. It's okay, bud. It's okay. You're fine. I know. He thinks he's big stuff, but he is shivering. You're okay, bud. Yeah. Ever since we were at like a dog park, um, someone, well, like a bunch of teenagers, right in the middle of the day, it was like probably like 2 p.m. On just like a weekend, uh, and they just started setting off like super loud fireworks, like right beside a dog park, and every single dog that was there freaked out and just like tried to like jump the fences and just like run away. And Wash was like trying to like lure Alex and I away from the danger, and like he'd like run away and then like turn around and kind of like wait for us to come to him, and like we'd be like, no, come back, and he'd like move halfway and then like keep trying to lead us away. Oh yeah, no, it's super uncool. Like I hated whoever did that, because Wash is like, he was never afraid of thunder before, but ever since then he just like has panic attacks. Like when we're walking along the street and like a vehicle backfires, like he's just like tail tucked, like drags me home. So it's unfortunate. That's why I'm not a huge fan of fireworks anymore. Like when there's holidays and fireworks go off nearby, I like shut all the windows and like crank up music and try and drown it out, but he always hears it. Yeah, I haven't gone out to a fireworks show since I've gotten Wash, because we're always here to comfort him. You're okay, bud. We got him a thunder shirt, but it doesn't help very much. But I think he's kind of noticing that there isn't actually thunder, so I'm sure he'll be okay. Lighten kind of the bottom of the ear so it's kind of facing up towards the light, which again is just currently an atmospheric light. It's just kind of everything bouncing off. This is very weak. Then we'll probably have this hand kind of creating a lightning ball or something. I'm going to turn down the sketch just a little bit. And again, right now we're just looking at the, it's a very loud truck, just looking at the grayscale of this character. As soon as I switch it back to color, it's going to be like a lot of purple. Like so. Alright, so we're going to get some wraps going on there, just because it helps show dimension and depth on limbs. That's one of the reasons why I add them, actually, because when you have concentric circles, you can show 3D form with it by having them kind of just reveal their ellipse shapes. I don't know if that made any sense. It made sense to me. So I guess that's good enough. Alright, so just getting kind of the brighter side of these horns. Soften the light, I think. Let me get a little bit on these sides. So I think it's more just the upper side of things is a little bit lit. I don't know, maybe I should try and go darker with the scene, but I think since I do have a white background, and I don't really have much choice about it being a white background, I'm going to keep it not too dark. This is still pretty dark, though. Alright, let's go dark with this fabric. Although if it's light fabric, draws less attention. Yeah, it's less contrasty, that's probably better. Let's get the tail dark. It's down in the shadows. And the back arm. Lock that. Go later where we can. Alright, the fingers are back on this layer, of course. So we need to go above the sword. Okay, let's jump to the sword for a minute. Let's make the handle. Let's go dark. Probably not that dark. Do a little bit of a gradient. And create kind of some texture here, I think. Where it's like the root of the tooth. It's kind of showing itself. I don't know tooth anatomy, so I'm just faking it. Alright, and let's get this crack. Probably very dark in here. So there's just no light that's going to get in there. All right. Just kind of shaping this now. It's one worn tooth, eh? Okay, let's go lighter as well. Don't really have anything going too bright. Could definitely go brighter here. I'm gonna save the highlight for the lightning, the like specular highlight. I'll light up the edge there. It's not quite tooth-like yet, but we'll come back to that, I think. And the shape isn't either really super toothy. I'm just softening the light there. Just get a hint of a cast shadow. It's just going to be very soft. Just trying to make that feel like a piece was chipped out, maybe. Yeah, we'll come back to that. Go back to a darker band here, probably metal. Cool. All right. Let's get the nose darker. Let's get on the correct layer to do that. Have the whiskers go all the way up to the nose. He does look like he has a piece of the Crimson Titan's cape. It's true. Okay, let's turn that sketch back on and get these scales just painted in really quick. Darken the ear. There's just not a lot of light in here. And definitely darkening the horns. We want a lot of interest and contrast there. Also going to have kind of a deeper texture to it, I'd say. For having the sword go so light, I kind of like the idea of the horns going dark. It's kind of neat with a gradient leading towards the face. Really darken those up. Yeah, it looks kind of cool. All right. Let's see. Toes. Get the occlusion first. Okay. Got some wraps. And some wraps. So I can paint the toes here. I thought I did. And wraps. All right. Foot's gonna fall asleep again. Cool. All right. So not terrible. It's a good start. All right, rocks. Let's just do a big kind of everything on the lower side is darker. And then some pieces where there's occlusion, some shadows. Then we'll soften those out. Let's grab our smudge tool. Go. Soft shadows, that's what we want. Can have hard kind of shadows down here because the rocks are all snapped apart from each other, changing direction very furiously. The planes of the rocks, that is. Bottom leg feels broken. Take a look at that in a bit. Well, in this one, sorry, this one or this one? The first or the second leg? Can't help but draw like super cool mice when I have a live audience. It's the best way to create. Second one feels broken? Okay. You'll attempt to address that at some point. Perhaps it's just too long, or oh, maybe it's because the toes are curled up. Does it perhaps feel less broken if the toes are curled that way? Okay, cool. Glad that helped it. Good eye. Always appreciate the help. Just trying to create some jagged rocks. Almost done with the grayscale stuff. Almost. Yeah, the grayscale really can kind of like accelerate stuff. Just what I'm using it for right now. But you know, some days it's just a piece works and other days it doesn't. Doesn't necessarily matter what technique. Let's turn the sketch down even more now since we're getting close. Getting close. So yeah, also with this phase, we don't care about cast shadows so much. So like though that tail would be casting shadows onto things, we're not too worried about it. Okay, we'll zoom out in a second and just kind of take the whole thing in. Since I can do that, I have it on my screen, on my other screen, so I can just look over and see what the whole thing looks like, but you guys haven't been able to see that for a little bit. So we'll do that in just a moment. Okay. So I think we'll darken these. Just kind of creates more contrast where it's needed. I think the sword needs to get just a little bit darker around the beard too, so that stands out more. We can make that more plaque and tartar build up, I guess. Darken the colors a bit. Horn tip and the wing tip are getting a little too close together. They kind of blend. We need to tweak that a bit. Let's get the top of the legs a bit lighter. So let's take a zoomed out look and turn the color back on. So right now, very, very blue and purpley. Obviously too far on that spectrum, I'd say. We could add a little bit of this blue to the rock, I think. So let's switch to a color brush. So we'll just kind of hit that in the shadows. Good. Tooth. Get some of that color and put it into the face, I think. So right now it's going to be very monochromatic. Well, dual chromatic, I guess. I don't know. We will take this much further. It's a very weirdly purple tail. Just go totally gray there, I think. All right. So the wings, we're gonna go warm. We'll have kind of like a little more blood coming through them. So we'll go kind of pink, right? And again, this is still only lit by atmosphere. We're going to do another pass with the lightning still. Let's go a little bit more red, in fact. A little more saturated, a little more red. And then I think we need this color elsewhere, so let's just get it in those fingertips a bit. The toes. We also need to add claws to the toes on the ears. Okay, let's do the claws on the toes right now really quick. Cool. All right. It's good enough for now. Lock that back down. Let's get the wraps. Why not the belt? Maybe even this cloth for now. But I think I want to take it towards a red. Okay, so the purple on most of this. Let's see, I want to go like more reds into the horns, I think. Let's go like brownish red. That's nice. Do that with the wings, the toenails. Obviously clean up that hand there. All right. Do claw. And wings. Too far there. Okay, sword. Let's get more of this on the sword. There we go. Go a little more yellow in parts. There we go. That's feeling a little more tooth-like. Don't want to go too yellow. I might need to pull that back. That's pretty saturated. In fact, let's just... There we go. Okay, back to the beard. Gonna try and just do regular brush. Just paint in some extra details. Some of the deep texture be visible. Okay, let's get like some red around the eyes. And the nose. Nice. Dark brown, red lowlights around the tooth. Yeah, I think so. I want to get that like it was living inside of a dragon for eons. Just turn off the sketch now. I don't think we need it anymore. Don't want to go too crazy on this highlight. Yeah, I don't think it's a very fresh tooth. Same. I'm going to the dentist on Thursday. Same. Alright, so it might be around the time we should add the lightning. I want that to be lighter, but what color could I use? Okay, so let's give this a flip. And I'm going to give it a save. I think that cloth, I don't know. We'll see, maybe just go gray. I'm going to go on a very quick break. Just use the washroom. So, BRB. All right, I return. Some fizzy water. All right. Despite its menacing look, this dragon slayer mouse only slays cavities. The large tooth was removed to save the dragon's life. The sword handle serves as a toothpick. I like it. It's pretty funny. Okay, so we could add some rain, some atmosphere, and then some lightning. I think that would be the next steps for this one. Okay, so rain, let's see. Do I have a rain brush? I don't think I do, but maybe if I use my not that. Okay. That might work. I do like 80 opacity. Let's get this spacing even bigger. Try this on for size. Okay, filter, blur, motion blur. Let's change the angle to be like crazy sideways rain. Okay, and then let's do even more. Try and make this a little bit more even though. Oh shoot, I did this on the same layer. New layer. Alright. Filter, blur, motion blur. And let's do Maybe if I soften the outskirts. I might do it. All right. I think maybe I want the legs to be a bit darker. Yeah, honestly, I think this fabric just has to be dark. It's going to be all soggy. Hard to avoid. Alright, yeah, let's do it that way. Sure. Just go even darker. Okay. Just need to move that finger so the claw isn't interfering with the wing quite as much. It's not the eraser. Here we go. Alright, so lightning. Should probably do some lightning stuff soon. Let's try just a layer on top. And let's see if we can just do special effects really quick. Outer glow, we'll use a purple. That'll do for now. White. Not quite sure what I want that lightning to do, but I think maybe we'll have some lightning kind of like climbing the rocks maybe and just kind of interacting here. Making a colored tail? Yeah, probably. Would make sense. Hmm. Completely lose the hand with that. Hmm. If the hand was palm up, that might look good. True. Kind of lose that stop. Could just have a lightning blast directly behind him. Maybe that's all we want. Let's hide that for now. Just like get that range much bigger maybe. Yeah, this way we could backlight him with the lightning, which would make him a much more powerful looking character. So right now he's too softly lit. Cool. All right, this could be fun. So let's just pop a new layer behind or in front of it all. And then let's get a little bit of purple, a little bit of a purple highlight. We can just carve out features and just make him much stronger. Those ears will be quite a bit more lit with it being backlit like this. Don't actually expect the beard would get hit by much light there, if any, because the sword would probably actually block it, but I think it'll help make the image more readable. So oops. If Georgia was a mouse. Awesome. Okay, let's light up that ear. And like the wing also. think I really need to get some kind of like dark cloud going on behind this to really get the colors to look right. Dust, maybe? No. Puff brush. I need to make the wings and sword and stuff just darker in general. Let's see. Let's try this. No. Hmm. Yep. I guess I got those eyes. Pretty much. Yeah, I got a color in the tail too. Nice. I like it, Ryan. It's pretty funny. All of the fandoms are pleased. Excellent. That's my goal. Let's give it a save. This is starting to get sluggish for some reason. Don't like that. Cute mouse next. Could probably do that. Yeah, the tail will get a little bit of light. Just a bit. I mean, technically it's pretty close to the actual lightning, so it may just get completely overexposed. Let's just try that first. All right. This whole piece ended up going a lot more red than I planned. But it's fine. Backlighting allows for it. Can try and tone down the red a bit. Maybe keep the brightness, but just desaturate it. The flip. Save. And let's just do one of these. I am Canadian, yes. Yeah, the tail doesn't read. It's very messy down there. Very noisy, draws all the attention, to be honest. So, why don't I have a Canadian accent? I do. It's just I don't have kind of a Northern Ontario or Nova Scotia or like there's several Canadian accents that kind of a boot. One is a much more kind of Northern Canadian, I think. Yeah, about. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. There's words I don't even know what words they are that people are like, you're Canadian. Um, yeah. I think it depends on what your accent is. Yeah. Um, hmm. Oh goodness, no, I don't name layers. No. Most of the time I work with like 3 layers. Like the background, the sketch, and then I just kind of add 2 or 3 layers and smush them down as needed, but this one's a little more complicated, so it gets more. Oh, all right. He's close, but he's not there yet. I'm not sure what I need to do with him. Want his thumbnail to be the thumbnail. Nice. I see. I see. Yeah, too much contrast on the rock, I agree. At least need to maybe soften the details down there at least so that the eye would go back up to the face. Maybe if there's kind of like a cloud in front of the rock. Oh my god. Your heart must be like pounding. There's a lot of caffeine. Okay, so I do feel like the lighten layer helps a bit. The rocks here take some of the contrast away. Which is good because then their attention moves to the rest of the piece. It's a noisy ass mouse. Oh boy. That was a bit of a tough one to get balanced right. Extreme close up on the beard. Alright, looks like you guys are talking thumbnails, so maybe I should join you. Is there anything that needs to change on this guy before we go on to the thumbnail, though? Like, I feel like it's close, I'm just not 100%. Tail's still funky. Alright. Fingers and tail. Alright, let's fix up the tail. Maybe I should just make it a regular mouse tail. I might just make it work. No, I'm out of water. Ah. Hmm. Yeah, it was just kind of an awkward placement for the cloth to bend and stuff. Just didn't make too much sense. So it was easy to fix. Fingers. Okay, so what fingers are off? Is it like these fingers, one or first fingers or second fingers? It's like this pinky looks a little long, maybe. Easy enough to fix. I guess open hand and sword hand make the most sense, yeah. Good point. Yeah, it is very, very close there. Maybe if I just do that and then move the wing. Welcome back. Huh? Oh. Okay. All right. Well, I think I just need to pick the thumbnail and then I'm done. So let's do that. Hit save. And this thumbnail. Just like that it doesn't automatically use. Huh? Ooh. Yum yum. Should always be in classic mode. I don't like this. So it's not classic mode. And then that's classic mode. Alright, cool. I don't think the horns read very well. That might actually work. Just like the whole face, basically. Yeah, I think just the whole face. Just the eyes and the horns? Let's take a quick look at that one. I think the streaking eyes kind of throws it off a bit, but maybe. Yeah, it feels warped. It's kind of weird. With the whole face, it reads kind of cleanly to me, though. So thinking I might go with that. Yeah, that might do it. All right, let's go with that. Why are you 2 pixels wide? You're only supposed to be 1 pixel wide. And then this might read bad with the white gone, but give it a shot. All right, and then okay, then we need to do the silhouette. It's not that yet. I think I'll leave that on. Grayscale that. Probably turn that off. Combine those. I'll just bring that down a bit. Crush that together. And I just need to smooth that transition just a tiny bit. That's weird. It's all streaky on one monitor but not the other. Oh, that'll do. Boom. All right, so there we have it. Give it a save. And we are done for the day. All right. I'm not sure if I'm 100% with this piece. I think there's still stuff that I could improve. I'm not sure what I'd do to it yet. Might look at it later, but who knows. But as is, pretty cool. Thanks for hanging out, you guys. You're awesome. And I shall see you in a week or two. Probably two. I think Dave wants to do next week. So until then, thank you so much for hanging out. Have a safe and happy weekend, and I'll see you guys next time. All right. Bye for now, guys.